audio.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
Plasma products found at keshefoundation.org/store. Soothing, reusable plasma eye and migraine mask. Eliminate eye fatigue and relieve stress in eye area. European certified medical device. Massaging plasma insoles. Bring comfort back to your feet and energize your legs. European CE certified medical device. Antiseptic plasma liquid hand soap. Promotes well-being and relaxation with protective plasma formula. CE certified. One Soul Plasma T-shirt. GAN's formula within the symbols and stripes brings mind, soul, and body into balance. European certified. Pain Relief Pen. emits a concentrated plasma field at point of pain, efficient up to 3 centimeters below the skin. CE certified. The Magrav's Energizer and Alkalizer raises pH and energizes water through magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Pain Relief Pad, a result of years of research in nanoplasma technology with magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Visit the online store at keshfoundation.org/store or find a distributor near you. Tax and shipping not included.
The process of understanding is very simple. The process is, as I explained last time, I explained more in detail. We are created out of the rays within the center of the universe. In interaction and reduction in strength and division by the strength in strength fields, in collection of the totality of the expansion of the universe, some energies, some dynamic fields have come together. Over billions of years, these fields lead to the creation of what we call the sun. Where the plasma gathers together. The same process repeats again because the sun is the same as the energy center of the universe. Now, the heavier, the larger amount of the energy which is collected in this span of the universe, the sun that irradiates out, does the same thing again. Radiates its fields out, and in interaction with the fields of itself, leads to creation of planet. In that process of the creation of planet, the same process happens again. In the interaction of the fields of the earth with its environment and cooling and exchange with the strength of the other things in the environment of the space of the solar system, leads to creation of man, cell, matter state. And that itself, in coming together and slowing down in certain ways, as we call, leads to another sun. We call the soul of the man. This is the truth about the life and creation of the man. But if the soul of the man can understand and absorb and be correct with his conduct, he can become the strength of the fields and carry the strength of the field of the planet which came to his creation. And if the soul can understand with the same process, can interact, can be correct, can absorb with itself the totality of the strength of what it needs, he shall become the sun. and then the same soul has the energy that it can absorb within the solar system, within the galaxy, shall become the center of the universe. Earth, we call it the rain, come from and goes back to. In the solar system, we call it planetary system. We come from the rays, we become the planet, and we go back to the mother. The same thing happens with the galaxies, with the solar systems, which they get absorbed back in and they chewed up back into the universe. The life, the process of existence in the universe is the same. It doesn't matter on what exchange and what extent. So, what is the man fighting for? Why do we fight for something which has come from the point of the creation, and in the process it goes back to the creation? The soul of the man as the energy of the earth gives the face of the man, the face of the earth, and that process is the same for the soul of the man. Our soul, in reduction in strength, in interaction with the emotion of the field of the environment, leads to manifestation of the existence of the man. But once it's completed, does it need the face? Or can it be and becomes free from it, what we call the soul of the man, to be free and detached from its existence? Our soul is part of the process of the creation. The key to one question, who man shall be in the future, to be answered. As we saw the sun became the earth, and as we saw the earth became man's soul, what would be the destiny of the soul of the man now becomes free at the point of departure from physicality? Would it become the sun for creation of another life, or many lives, or correction of lives? This shall be, and this is how it happens. When you create a soul which is not correct, which is misconduct by itself cannot give, you lead to the creation of this next cycle of creation, which has started the wrong way, the wrong strength. This is one thing the man has never understood. You become the creator of another universe, another cycle. And this is what you have to judge within the structure of the soul of the man. What would I like that cycle to be? In the physical life, we create children. In the dimension of the life of the soul of the man, what that soul will create. If man has thought up to now, that's it, my end, my point, when I die is finished, there's as much fallacy that when the sun is destroyed in any shape or form, there shall be nothing left. But we know the part of the sun becomes part of the galaxy and becomes part of new life. So shall be the soul of the man. The judgment of the man has to be according to what he sees the future his soul can conduct to be. The day of judgment is for the man, not in front of the Creator. That what my soul judges to be and what shall create. Man never understood and shall never understand till can solve this dilemma within itself. The reality is very, very, very real. And that is, as we've seen, the energy of the galaxy become the sun, the energy of the sun has become the earth, and the energy of the earth has become the soul of the man. So shall be the soul of the man, which is the energy itself, another cycle of life. How can you change when you don't understand? How can you change the process of understanding if you do not understand the process of the creation? Do we need to extend the understanding of the man that what is the future he brings? We care about our children, what education they get, what they wear, how happy they'll be, where they sleep. Now the man has to be careful and consider what life shall my soul create, because those are the children of your soul. As we see, the rays of the sun has become a planet and 7 billion children of it. 7 billion unlimited, which is growing. So the soul of the man will go through the same process. How many billions and subdivisions and sub-matter state of the physicality of the man your soul shall create? Would it be the soul of wars and conflict and forever killing? Or would it be the soul of this, let's say, solar system, which is peaceful? This is the truth and the reality about the soul of the man. First of all, as I said many times recently, we never understood that the soul of the man is within the structure of the man. And now that we understood, we understand on departure from the physicality of the man, the same process will carry on as it did for a star, a planet. And the soul of the man becomes another energy source, a higher order, which itself leads to the creation. It becomes the star, it becomes the center of the new cycle of creation. This is what the human race has to understand. The cycle actually starts from the point of death and not finishes at the point of death. In so many ways, if one understands, is as the dusts, specks of dust came together to make the earth in the solar system, so has the specks of the atoms has come to be the creator of the man. And the essence of the creation of the specks of dust on the solar system has led to the creation of the man. So shall be the fields from the soul of the man which lead to creation of another cycle of life. What kind of life man would like to have to be created by his soul? This is the day of judgment. This is what man never understood. Now you have to understand. You have no choice. Up to today you were not aware of it. From today you are aware of it. You are responsible for it. Your conduct has to be to elevate your soul. That in elevating the soul, what you become the creator of stands correct in the conduct of the citizens. We don't give fairy tale. This is the truth about it. As you've seen, the process does not stop with one sun. The cycle carries on. It's very interesting in how humanity now knows in fact to handle the fact. It'll take decades for man to understand, and then you understand those who become the tools of war, the tools of conflict. They have nothing to start with. They have to become the dust in the solar systems of the others till the day they learn more, as they cannot create a new cycle through their own soul. This is the elevation of the soul of the man, to be part of the creation of a beautiful life for the next cycle. When you don't have it, you have to become another cell in the body of the structure of the bigger, for you to be just there that you can done when you could have been the soul of the man. They say, do not create fear. I give you the point of love for creation. If you cared about your children on this planet to have the best, your true children come out of your own soul in the coming time. How would you like to educate them? How would you like to be when you are in conflict with yourself and the cause of so much mayhem? This is the truth, and the man will take a long time to understand, as now that we understand the soul of the man is the operator for the creation of the future extent of the life of the man. Whatever is gathered by the soul at the end becomes his point of reference of his own creation of his own dimension. But the strangest thing is, what he creates from his soul shall become the creator of the other souls. This is the beauty about the creation, and one understands it, understands no limitation.
Welcome everyone to the 254th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 13th, 2018. I'm your host, Rick Crammond, as usual for the last 253 Knowledge Seekers Workshops. We have been also joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute. And I believe he's ready to go with today's teaching as well.
Yes, good morning, good day to you. Wherever and whenever you listen to these teachings, we are back here again. And nearly 5 years later, we are moving into our 6th year of teaching. And it's interesting how much we have learned and how far we got and how far we have to go. As I said in the other teachings, up to now, we up to now learned about physicality, the matter state in the science of man. In past 5 years, we have moved a bit further in the science of the structure of the creation, and in the middle of this year and from now on, we moved into the dimension of the space technology in real terms. And in so many ways, What's next? Last week we taught about what we call life on this planet, how it started. But what is more important is man become cultured, become educated, that the way we go, for example, from one nation to another, and we learn their cultures, we understand what they eat, how the process of understanding is, and we try to understand them. Some of us stay behind in that culture, some of us become holiday makers to see. Man now has a new dimension in life. Now that we have entered the space technology, we have more places to go, new cultures to understand, new methods, new type of food, new type of interactions. And in so many ways, we have to be prepared for it, because we have one big difference between traveling from Asia to Africa. We still see men with 2 legs, 2 arms, 10 fingers and 10 toes, and a face and 2 eyes. A slightly different color, but still within the formation of the life on this planet according to his intelligence and the way man has evolved to survive in different parts of this planet. What we got to learn is that we spoke about the creation of life on this planet last week. The dimension of life on this planet has a dimension of physicality, which is a manifestation, which means we can see. We have recognized that this is a dog, this is a man, this is a cat. In opening the space to man, we have to understand the same process cycle has gone in other positions in the universe. But this time is not the way we see, is not the way we brought up to understand. 4-legged animals, 2-legged animals, a dog, a man. Now these creatures, on the condition of their own position in the universe, have their own structure, their own understanding, their own intellect, their own comprehension of the situation in their life. What could be a smile to you, that a smile, if they can see your face, could be danger to them. How do we translate this to them? That we don't mean. We cannot speak the language, we cannot open dictionary for billions of stars, but we can understand the structure of the communication through the soul of the man. This is where our teachings from now on will evolve on. And as we saw the beginning of the tape, we saw at the beginning, it's about the soul of the man. It's about the soul change the man to creation of God, creation of the Creator. Then the shape, the structure, the look, the intellect does not count, because now you deal with the soul of the man. You deal with the soul of the creation. We deal with the soul of what is in front of you, which makes the decision. He has the same parameters as you. He exists with the dimension in that position to confirm his existence. And he enjoys slightly different things than you do. And most probably partially what you do is what he enjoys too. But now we have to understand the totality of the creation, not just creation on this planet. As I said, we started with viruses the week before. Last week we spoke about the creation of the man. And now, in the process of understanding the creation of the physicality of the body of the man, the only purpose it has is to create the dimension of free space of energy, what we call the soul of man. And in that process, we have to be able to understand the work of our soul, not up to now as we ignore it, but from now on to be part of our own daily life. And then in that process, we move on, we graduate, we develop, we increase our knowledge of the universe, and in understanding it, we only need to learn one language, and that's the language of the soul of the man. Some of us in travels into the space of this universe will come across other lives, other different types of lives and creatures. Those with intelligence, those which have the intelligence, but we don't have the means of communicating with them. But in so many ways, we have to find a way to coexist. Up to now, we tolerate everything on this planet, being a fly, being a dog, being a lion. Now we have to learn to accommodate other souls, which are in fact not even have the physical dimension, but we are aware of their existence. In so many ways, one of the reasons we connected creation or the teaching of last week to the week before, which was viruses, in so many ways, many of the living things in the universe are just packs of energies. They don't mean to harm, but they can coexist with you, within you. They are not parasites, but they are the energies which you cannot destroy, even though it might look like a virus to you. They make decisions, but they have a different energy pack. They have a life. So what is important is to go to the next step of teaching. And the next stage and next steps of teaching is, as we've seen, is how do we communicate? How do we live? And how do we understand the structure of the life of entities in the universe? Unfortunately, it's the only place in the universe which the English dictionary does not work. And none of your Wikipedias will be any good to know it. On your return from the journeys of the space, you will tell, I've seen the animal, or I've seen the creature, which has no eyes, but it sees me. It can see me smiling and it tells me I can see you smiling. It feels me. And this process has to be from the interaction of the fields of the existence of the soul of the man. What do we absorb from them? What do we get from them? How do we recognize them? How do we invite them to coexist with our soul? On this planet, we invite somebody to our house. In the space of universe, in the dimension of the soul of the man, how do we invite another soul to be in communication and we enjoy the pleasure of their existence? The soul of the man, if the man understands, should become very much, as you all know, the state of what you call the Gans. If you look in reality what you've done in the state of the Gans, from the matter state to another, has been very simple, which many of you have not realized what you have achieved. You were in a nano state, single atoms, but in compactness you became molecules. Then you became nanocoating. Then your nanocoating became single plasma. But what has actually happened here? Have you understood the process? In one of the teachings, I explained about the sheet. How you turn the skin inside out and you see what goes in and what comes out. When you turn the skin inside out, the skin of the ship is this. And when you open the skin of the ship, it's this. What does this mean? Many of you, if you understand this, you come to understand the truth about the creation of yourself. Your physicality is this. And all you need to do, where you embrace, if you look, soul to become your existence. Where the physicality becomes inside it. Up to now, you live this life. Now you have to learn this life. This is the life in the universe. This is the life in the dimension of physicality on this planet and anywhere else you choose. The old song says, wherever I lay my head is my home. Wherever you decide to change the jacket, you end up in the dimension of physicality, what might be. But again, as a soul, you can return back to become the field. This is the purpose of these teachings. We talked about people in a few teachings ago, which were left-handed, but they were forced to write with the right hand. Because this is the norm. But in fact, the life lives in the left hand. This is exactly what has happened. We have taught how to be right-handed, how to look at the dimension of physicality. Now, we are not forced, now we are shown the way. It's for us to decide, and in that process, you can position yourself anywhere in the universe and manifest yourself for it. In this state, you need the aircrafts and the cars to carry you. In this state, you need the fields of the universe for you to float and travel across. In a way, when you become to the state of the soul, you travel across the superconductor of the universe. No resistance. You can choose the position. Get on, interact, and get off. Then, when you interact at that stop, that's what it is, you manifested that. You can keep on changing, stopping anywhere across the superhighways of the fields of the universe. There is no time, there is no space, and there is no dimension. Really, you choose. The same way as you had the emotion outside, when you're in the center, in the physical dimension, that emotion dictates the physicality of the soul too. Now you understand why it says, I made man in the image of myself. It's the same. And if you understood this, you have understood the totality of the creation. Because the totality of life in the universe is this. In one of my teachings some time ago, I referred to this in a very strange way, and many people looked at me with a very strange eyes. Let's see what you understand. If this is the physicality of the man, and This is the soul of the man. And the man can move on and make plasmas. Forget my red ring. Now, this is it. Then, there's one thing which is not understood. Now, the physicality of the man with all dimensions is within. Theology of the understanding. You took material, you made a nano coating, you made the ganses. And now you understand another step in the world of creation. If this is the sun, has, or in a way, creation of the sun has manifested itself in the physicality of the man, where we transmute in a way live through the soul of the sun itself. Is our soul completion of a cycle of creation? From the energy to the matter, and from the matter back to energy. In the tape says, the soul becomes the creator, and not the cycle of life. Then, one point comes to be understood. Is what we see as a life of man nothing but just a mirage? Just a facade? In so many ways, we took the nanomaterial in the dimension of physicality and we made the ganses. And with ganses, we created energy to lead to creation of matter. Is the cycle of life of the man that nanomaterial that with it creates the sun and the cycle completes? Is the physicality of the man part of the completion of the cycle of energy to matter state and matter state back to energy, what we call the soul of the man, which in fact, the soul of the man is the sun. Then we understand where do we would like this sun to be, on which galaxy, which position, which universe. This is what will complete the cycle of understanding of the creation. What it says, it's named as physical, but in the dimension, of the soul of the man.
I'm sorry, Mr. Keshe, could you just repeat that last line? It broke up on us there.
I didn't say anything. I stopped. I saw it coming up.
Okay, thank you.
When it gets interference, I see it on my screen. So, this is what you have to understand. how this transition from the energy to physicality in the dimension of the life of environment we manifest ourselves is become irrelevant. Because in fact, in essence, in creation of life, we become and go back to what we came from. Our soul is created by, and it goes back to where it itself become another sun in the cycle of the life of another cycle. Now, if this cycle has defaults and manifolds, you can imagine how many planets and stars and lives will create, will have that fault in. Is the fault of what is not correct within the structure of the sun has led to creation of the life we see on this planet, that the murdering, killing and everything else is part of it? Is the sun, or what we call the center of our structure of life, came from another life which was disturbed, and now we are the children? And that's what it says. What children would that soul make? Now become important for us not to go into what they call theology, but to go in the truth of the thing, the truth of the matter. We came from the sun. The rays of sun in interaction with the field of the inertia of this planet has created the man. And now, if you look at it, you're back on the same track. Soul will travel to become another sun. If there has been a mistake or has been a misfunctioning in this communication, which has led to such a mess, what do you think the next mess is going to be? And all the messes which come back. But in fact, in so many ways, we came from the sun and we shall become a sun. Now what is important for humanity is to understand and totally comprehend what is the function of this, what we call the soul. Or has this sun already, while this physicality exists, has it started creating its own? As we know, it does not need the dimension of physicality, but itself, once created, becomes a sun. It becomes another sun, so we call it our solar system. Is the sun what we call the structure of another entity? Or is part of an entity? And what other lives in physical dimension our soul has already created? When you become a nuclear physicist, and when you understand the structure of the nucleus the way we understand, then you understand there is no difference between the work of macro and micro. As the field of the sun interacted to create the physicality of the man, so does the rays of the soul of the man in interaction leads to creation of another dimension. And it does not need the demise of the physicality. And if man understands this, then he can tap into the universal energy and hold on to the physicality of the life of us. In the dimension of universe, there is no time, there is no space. Then it comes back to the word and the teaching of last week. Why we are here for. What is the purpose of life? And while we are here on this planet, what have we created that we are not aware of? At the point of what we call death, do we in fact become part of one of the creations, or part of totality of our creation, with a dimension of physicality? Now we understand the dilemma of the life, existence. Not only you live in the dimension of physicality, while you are living in the dimension of reality with the existence of your soul. The soul has its own life, its own dimension. Only what is in its matter state, the strength, becomes the physicality of the man. The soul of the man has a full spectrum. That none of what is there in a calcium bandwidth can stop. As you call it, it's got its own neutrinos that they can travel less bandwidths. So, does our soul live two lives, one in the dimension of physicality of our existence, and one in the dimension of existence of the universe? Because as you can feel your son to be in trouble somewhere, because the fields can reach his soul, because you were part of his creation. So this field carries on. And somewhere down the line, in a given environment, meets is matching strength, and then it turns to a new creature. But as this looks here, it looks to the sun. So the way we look into our sun as our creator, the universe. It's got a little bit tricky, hasn't it? Too tricky for a lot of you liking. This is too. And in fact, what I explained last week in the dimension of the creation, how the amino acids was created under given condition. So you have the amino acid, or what we call the beginning of a life in any dimension and position. Then the question comes for all of you. What are you doing on this planet? And what has gone wrong? Or has something gone wrong? Has your soul become more intelligent in the development of the time on this planet that you lead and choose your own creation? It's a big mess. but it's a beautiful mess. So, what you have in your hand is very simple. You've been in this state with your soul in the center. Your problem is, sorry, you lost the leg. Your problem is very simple. Now, how do I become the sun? The soul of the man, the physicality of the man is within the center. It's very much the creation of black hole. Is the physicality of the man become the black hole of the man, where from it life is created in another dimension, in another strength, in different position in the universe. And the answer is very simple. As I said last week, transmutation of elements is not to do from iron to gold. It's from the physicality of the man, the soul of the man, and the physicality of new dimension. Many of you will start this transportation or understanding of the conversion from this to this in a very short time to come. All we need to do is change the environment, and man shall see the soul of himself. If you look, I took the metal and I changed just the environment, different form, and you saw plasma of the start of the matter university. Now, here I use salt or Na, the base. What does it take to change the man to this? That you allow the soul of the man to shine, then the manifestation of physicality. It's a very strange story. I've shown it to you from matter to GANs and to energy that you use it to make the reactors, and you heat it and do other bits with it. Now, I take the man in the gas state of the soul of itself. If I understood this, this is correct. Where would you like your soul to be? And in what shape? How do you, or which, what I call, if you like to call it, salinity do you use to create the conversion of the physicality of the man, or show the manifestation of the soul of the man as a plasma of itself? What is that solution? That it changes the physicality of the man to the soul of the man back to another dimension of another physicality somewhere else. The biggest question is, as you become a sun, and while you live in the dimension of physicality that your soul is shining, would you at any point in your physical life come across the soul of the creation of your physicality in another dimension? Which means you will see the soul of your own offspring of your soul, which has dimension of physicality of manifestation of yourself in another point in dimension universe. In a way, as in physical life you see your children, if you understand the work of the soul, would you see the children of your soul? And the answer yes, for those who can understand the process. Then, how many of you would like to move into this dimension? And this is your problem, all of your problem. Then man shall not kill, because by killing, he has killed his own soul, his own children. It's an amazing story, but this is a fact which man has denied himself. When you speak about the Son of God, as the God itself through his soul has created his own Son, and through the soul of it what we call the Holy Ghost, have created to see his own Son. The theology of the creation is no different than what is the reality of existence of man and the dimension of this universe. It cannot be any different. Unless man decides to be different, then he feels good to do what he does and what he wants to do. But the process is the same. How far we are allowing ourselves to see our soul. And what happens when we face with our soul. In the physical dimension, what are we going to tell him? What are we going to ask him? Now you understand. Do you want to make the physicality of the man and the soul of the man become and make you a spaceship? Or do you want to make it to travel in the dimension of his own soul without spaceship. I tell you one thing, this guy moves faster. This guy's got a problem of physicality. Maybe you understand something more important, which is closer to you, and then has a meaning to you. Is the soul of the man the gravitational field and the physical life fed magnetic? And we decide when to convert the magnetical to gravitational and gravitational to magnetic. And then we change the position of the physicality in the soul of the man. Then if you understood this, the biggest question for you is, do I need to eat and to kill for it? But now I'm aware of this too. Or through this, I can tap into the universal energy, and through it, to feed my physicality. When you become in the dimension of the soul, you span the whole of the universe. So you have access to anything. Or can you find a common ground where the two can exist in one? You decide which comedian will show itself and how. Teaching of today is not about the soul of the man. It is about the man himself, and how open he is to understand the truth about his own creation, and what he leads to be created of, and in which dimension. The soul of the man has a repetition of itself. We call this the sun, and this became the man. Within the man, we created the soul of the man, or son of the man. And from it, we led to the creation of the physicality of the man, from the soul of the man. And this itself shall repeat itself. The soul of the soul of the man. Read book number 1, A Neutron. And then you decide which this subdivision, this neutron should sit. Because this itself will create its own neutron. You get it wrong here, you get it wrong here, consequently it'll be here, it'll be here, and it'll be here. Now go back to the science of cosmology, and then our friends in NASA have machines on Mars looking for life. I think any of you, if you understood this, can tell them one single piece from the teaching of last week, the week before, and today. They want to know if there was a life on the moon, or the Mars, or Jupiter, or Saturn. Tell them, yes, there is life in all of them. And if I decide, once I understand the operation of my soul, I can colonize any of the planets in the universe. I do not need to shuttle across. I need to shuffle across through the fields of the universe. Then the point comes, how much do you know about your own soul? And what is the condition of understanding it? Or can we leave the two dimensions of the soul and physicality, and through absorbing the energies of the universe, which every other creature in the universe does, to feed the physicality, that the killing does not become part of the cycle of the life of the man? Do we need to elevate the energy of the physicality that reaches the energy of the soul of the man within the structure of the brain of the man? And then the physicality itself become part of the soul, and the soul become part of the physicality. I was thinking this morning, if I can get man moved to where I want, I stop teaching by 300 lessons. So you got 44 more lessons to learn, or 46 more lessons to learn about the totality, and I can take a rest. Means one more year. Means completion of the man to understand the soul of himself by 2019. Completion of the world peace, completion of many other things. As I said in Tuesday teaching, completion of the promise in Torah. But would we be able to mature in such a short time? Or will we understand the totality in such a short time? Do we need the wars and tool of wars to kill more, to deplete? If you want to see how the depletion happens, buy yourself what I call a tester, and add different ganses and see which way your gans goes in its pH, or in its what we call acidity, or whatever. The life of the man, physicality life of the man, and in the science of the man, man only looked at the acidic, as I've said before. He never looked at the alkaline. And that's where the man made a mistake. That's where the science of knowledge of the man went the wrong way. And if you look, we only look at alkalineness, which means receiving, but at the same time you have to give more to receive to become more alkaline. Where acidic means giving, you release as much energy, but in alkaline state, or the soul of the man, we receive so much, we take so much that we give more by conversion of it. Now, hopefully the riddle is complete for many of you. Now you understand why I started teaching in that way in past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and now where we are going to, and what we actually achieve to understand the full cycle of life of the man, as I said, in the dimension of plasma of the sun, to the physicality of the man, through the soul of the man, to the plasma of a new sun. But as there is a theory in the world of the man, it says, if I go such a thing, would I see myself? You call it the back to future, but if you can get your soul travel in the dimension of physicality faster, would you see the children of your soul? Then you understand how much more you have to give to have the speed to jump the space gap. And this is possible. And then this is what came and man didn't understand, the Son of God. And in the process backwards, you have the same process has repeated itself till it's got to our Son, which has led to creation of us, and the soul of us to another. But do we need to create a physical life to create a soul, or can we, by the interaction of the fields, create the soul without the physicality, that it can lead to creation of another soul, that it becomes physical? The answer is yes. I hope you sleep well tonight. Then you understand what is the difference between the reality of the physicality of the man and a dream of the man. Is the dream of the man the dimension of the soul, and the reality of the man is the circle of daily life. Then, if you understood this, you know where to find your soul, because you travel with it all the time. Then, what does the soul of the man sees in the dimension of non-physical tangibility of the life of the man? Isn't it strange? We put it in the body and we put it in the car, what itself is traveling at speed of light around the universe. Do we need all these generators and spaceships? Or can we lead the generation of the life ourselves in the dimension of the soul of the man? As I always say, good morning. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. And as usual, I'll advise the attendees, if they have a question in the Zoom here, you can raise your hand, or you can put it in the Q&A is best, or the chat. I had a question, Mr. Keshe, that I'd written down before before you started talking, actually, and it had to do with what you're what you're talking about. Strangely enough, my question was, how can one fly to the sun and not get burned? And
Very easy.
you've
Find
answered
your
it.
soul and do.
Yes, you've answered it here pretty much. So find your soul, and you can do. Is that what you said?
Yes, can't you hear me?
I was busy talking over you, so I missed. Well, I did hear it. Yes.
If you understand, even the sun has a plasmatic field strength. It's not the universal strength. And if you understand the strength of the soul of the man, all you need to do is to add up or go to a higher strength. The main problem for man at the moment is to find his soul, to find the strength of his soul, and find how he can communicate and live within his soul. Do you remember that children game we used to play? The child comes to you and you say, "Can you see me?" And it says, "No, I can't see you." And it says, "I'm here, I'm here." And it says, "Where?" And you say, "I can't see you. Where are you? I can't hear you." And the child is looking, "I'm here, Dad, I'm here," jumping up and down. Then he says, "Oh, that's where you are." It's the same with the soul of the man. It's just a game to play for man to understand, to find his own soul. Just go back in one thing I've just said in the past few minutes. This will be the beginning of the teachings to come, but in a way, it is what it is. Can man mature that wow. I've just received a gift. Can you send these pictures to Rick, please? I need the other one, which both of them are sitting down. You see, it's very simple when you understand. I've just received a series of pictures. These pictures have been taken by other people. And you will understand this, how there is no difference between the man at any state of life. There is another picture with both of them sitting. Have you found it?
I'm going through whatever I can accumulate. If I get it, I'll send it to you.
Okay. Now, what I want to show you, what we understand from the soul of the man. These pictures has never been seen in public. And we release it today. There's more, there's another 2 or 3 pieces of this, which are been taken and is being gifted to us. Rick, have you received them?
Not yet, I don't think so.
I'll send them to you. Then you understand. And when I tell you, you can play them. This shows a lot of things. In the time I will explain to it. I was not expecting it, but it is nice what has been received. It's on your secure line, Rick.
Yes, I believe something is coming in here now. So just a minute.
Sure.
Okay, I'll present that here. It's a
Don't
big.
put anything on the screen yet till I tell you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about this. It's something. Somehow, every time we try to do things like this, something happens to our line, but it's okay. I'll find another way to do it. What it is, what we understand is how far do we understand about the operation of our own physicality and operation of our own soul. How come we cannot go through the barrier of transition between the time of sleep and awakeness? If we do, if we manage to do, then won't we be able to walk in the corridors of the life of our soul and understand the interaction of our soul? And wouldn't that complete the cycle of the life of the man? It is just what we are afraid of. What we see in one life or the other. What are we scared of, and to what extent? If you are not scared of nothing, and you can go through transition, you'll find out every man is the same. There's a picture which is sent to you, and there's a lady sitting at the coffee table with two men standing. You see it, Rick?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Would you like to put that picture up?
That's the first one, I guess. There, actually,
I
it's
don't
in
know.
multiple times. So, yep. Okay.
Pardon?
There's, it's in multiple times there. So,
Yes.
yep, that's the first picture.
If you can put it on the screen. Do you want me to stop sharing?
Yes, I'll have to share. I should be able to just share here. So.
Not this one, the other one.
Oh.
Delete this one, with the one with the two men and a woman and a man sitting down. Have you found it?
Woman sitting down.
There's a picture with you with two men standing up, one sitting down and a woman sitting next to him. Do you have that?
Well, there's the woman is in most of the pictures.
Yeah, but there's one which a woman is sitting on a coffee table with three men in the picture only.
The woman's. So is the woman's in the picture, correct?
Yeah, there are four people in the picture only, two sitting up, two standing up, two sitting down.
I don't think I have that.
Rick, can you see the numbers on the picture?
No, there's no numbers on the pictures.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to send you another picture on its own. This picture, which is come on its own.
Okay, that should be good. Just a minute.
Okay. You got it.
It's going to be a little grainy because it's just blown up, but that's okay. And just let me share it here.
This one, yes. This picture, some of you might understand what it means, and some of it you might not understand what it means. This is a common man and a king and a man of God and a queen. That's all. You can guess the rest. The woman sitting down is the queen of a nation. The man standing in red is a king of a nation. And the messenger of God is sitting with a woman and could see the light through the soul. This is when you see a soul, you understand what it means. You don't need to see the physicality. This is one of the saddest pictures of my life. There is no clarity of the face, so nobody can claim. And the man standing in grey is one of the most beautiful men I ever known. He understood the totality of the creation. And what you see, there's a notepad. This is writing of the book number 4 and 5 on that notepad, which none of you have seen it. This is in one of the remotest cafes in the world anyone could imagine. This is part of our evidence to the Court of Belgium. And to European Court of Justice. There are more pictures on this series. It came on the right time, because the soul of a man and the soul of a criminal is all the same. It's the man decides the position of physicality.
Mr. Keshe, I see a camera. It appears to be a camera in the shot there.
Yes, yes.
So he would have taken, the king would have taken pictures. Is that what you're indicating?
There is my picture in that camera too.
So somewhere out there.
There are bodyguards. It's okay. Just don't go deep into it. We don't mention who the king is. Many of you can guess. This picture has changed the course of Keshe Foundation. This picture, an hour and a half of meeting around this coffee table, has changed the course of the Keshe Foundation and our exile. You can see the soul. You can see the physicality. Nobody can claim. We don't need to mention them. But when we said for a long time how we were intimidated, by whom and by where, we have evidence. The reason we show this is on the 21st of January 2019, we are back in court to take the case to European Court of Justice, to the highest court in Belgium. Evidence is too strong. But in that position, we see the soul of the man. Does not matter what frock he wears. I told you, I've sat with many kings and many world leaders, and if you want, I can produce you many pictures. You need to see the soul of the man. In the tape at the beginning it says, when you look from the space, you don't see if it's the soul of a king or a soul of a peasant. The man standing is a farmer, and the other man standing is a king. But that's for you to guess from which nation. This is what we have to understand. This is what we need to understand. What would any of these four souls around this table would end up to be? what do we do with our own soul? And how do we get to know our own soul, that we see the soul of the man, not the frog of the man? A man should behave the same if he sits in front of a king or a father. I had many meals with both, and I never changed, and I shall never change. What we got to understand is the reality about our own life and where we stand. And in so many ways do we allow others to affect us, or we stay on the course the way we see right for ourselves. Isn't it coincidental that how the man of power choose the position and the place to find a man of God vulnerable that they can intimidate? And how is it so coincidental that a bystander runs the camera? Because they heard the intimidation and they give you the picture the next day. Mr. Keshe, these are your pictures. There shall be no king in the king of Melzum, by their own choice, by the behavior of their own soul. We are here to serve through our soul, and we reach many, many people. We cared for the life and the soul of a pig as much as we have served and looked and served the soul of a king. There is no difference between the two. The souls and a function of a foundation like us is to serve both. We have pictures with all four sitting down, and we have pictures with all three sitting down, and we have pictures with the man in the red receiving a signed book. That's the only thing God could give, my knowledge. Few days after this picture, we received the order to leave the nation, because that's only what a man could give, his knowledge in the book. And that wasn't what they were after. They wanted the man and his soul and his knowledge. To kill more and to destroy. And that's why you're all benefited by them. We have these teachings. As I said in the last week teaching, we're just part of an act which is already written in the past. To complete, to travel the soul of the man to his new dimension, for man to become, to understand the beauty of his own soul and nothing else. The process of life has to be as simple as one understands that he can go through the physicality to the dimension of the soul. What we submit is to the strength of our soul, not to the weakness of other souls. That with the strength of our soul we can elevate other souls. That they become as strength and as strong as us. I bet tabloids pay a lot of money for this picture. As we've seen in Den Haag, in the Court of Human Rights, many presidents and kings has been sentenced through their misconduct of their physicality, where their souls will bring them to the point of judgment of their own physical life. Now you understand. And I hope you understand more. I have all the time in the physical life to change mankind, to move to the next step. It's just that how long you men want to take to move on. That's all. And once one of you moves on, the rest will follow. Men are very good ships and are very good copycats. And as they said, we have a good relationship with the nation which can copy anything and as many as we like. But let the man come to the point that he finds the passage through his soul, through the transition of what we call sleep life. We can prepare the dimension of the soul of physicality to travel with a transition to the soul of the man that becomes within the center of the soul of the man, that will shine the soul of the man with no dimension and with the light of the Creator. Very much it's like when you lie on bed and you pull the sheet over your head. But this time you don't cover the physicality. You take the physicality through the soul of the man, that what you see is the light coming from the sheet, not the physicality man within. Now, for those of you who sit across, you should be able to understand what all these teachings has been about. If this situation which is in front of you wouldn't happen, most of you would have had book number 4 and 5 in your hands by now. Both books are complete. Till we don't return back to Belgium, no books shall be published. Thank you very much for the picture, Rick. You can take it down. I think there is enough time to understand what will be in the next pictures we will publish. You can change the picture, please. We will submit to European Court of Justice. We are innocent. There is an old story where a woman was taken to court. She was claiming rape. The judge asked the lady, Madam, can you close the microphone, please? You're a beautiful woman. Can you explain to us how you've been raped? And he asked one question, the judge, from the woman. He says, can I ask you, what is your job? She says, I'm a woman of the street. The judge says, how do you know, being in that job, that you're being raped? The woman says, the gentleman here gave me a check for my looking after him on the streets. And when I took the check to the bank, there was no money. And the check was returned. That's the time when I found out I was raped. This is the story of the same man you saw standing. When the intimidation did not work, we became criminals and terrorists and fraudsters. Up to that time, we were the scientists of the nation. The prostitute stands with a camera in hand. claiming criminality, fraud, and terrorism. Now you understand how man has been controlled through his physicality by those who thought they have the control of physicality of nations. Please, those of you who have a direct contact with those, with Mr. Red Circle and Mr. Delanois, give them the picture. We have a lot to give. The time and the place is all registered. When we wanted to share, and we shared the knowledge with you lot, we became criminals. Because the criminals wanted to ransom you. Do you remember book number 3? One on page 151, the creation of black hole, which was published last week on the journal of this month, where we mentioned the name of the scientists, how coincidental, and we put the picture, copy of the letter from the institute. How coincidental. We have the same coincidental, but we have the evidence. We got to understand man has to be strong within the soul and within the structure of his own physicality, and he can choose anything to do as long as he has the full understanding of his soul. This is the beauty of this knowledge. What we're trying to get you through is to become the man of space, but understand the ship to take you into space is within you. It's you in the non-dimensional physical life. We have to understand the value of our own soul, and tonight or today or tomorrow morning or in middle of the day, wherever you sleep, you fall asleep, if you understand the process of transition, you can reach your soul. And then you can find a way to understanding of the work of your soul within yourself, to mature your soul and your physicality, that one does not need to kill. One does not need the frog of a king to intimidate, and one does not need to make a claim of a rape when we do not know, understand, we have no clue about the work of the soul of the man. That you can feed yourself through the soul into the dimension of physicality. Then you'll find out, as you go to work in the day to find bread, to feed the physicality, you can do the same in the realm of the sleep, to gather energy which is free to feed the physicality, that when the physicality is on the move in the dimension of its awakeness, does not need to kill. The way you transfer your energy and your thoughts and your emotion, you deliver the energy which is in the dimension of the soul of the physicality, that it feeds the physical life, that you do not need to destroy another life to gain from it. Now you understand what I was talking about last week in the teachings. I told you I teach you how to feed your soul. As I said before, many people say, Mr. Keshe, we go to sleep with you as we are listening to you. And I always tell them, I hope it's a sweet dream. Is that if you listen to me and you go to the realm of sleep, go through the path of the soul of the man. That's where you shall find. Then you'll find out the dimension of physicality. Then you don't need to drink the gas water to feed your physicality to stay alive. That gas water in a cup is the image of your own soul, not the fruit that you thought you put in. Those of you who made these waters and you stand there making it, you forgot about one thing. And I repeat it again because you will understand very soon something very simple which you missed. This was the cup. I forget this all the time. This was the cup. And this was the water in it. And you put your fruits in here and there, or your ganses of CO2 and zinc oxide, and you put a gans of whatever else here. And you put your orange here, and you put your apple here, and you put the other things here. Or if you're a cell premature, you put them in the gas, you transfer them, and then you transferred all these things into the water. My friends, you forgot one thing. You were standing there too. So was your soul. And who drank the water? Did you only drink the orange and apple? And you forgot about drinking your own energy of your own soul? This is already in the plasma condition. Wasn't it easier because it's of the same strength of what you had here to absorb that? Or again, when it comes to us, there is a wall of understanding. and you make these gas waters next time, you enjoy and you understand what you've been drinking. And many of you have been trying to find a way to transfer your soul, to put it in the magras and in the motors. Now you understand. But there's another step in the whole understanding. What happened to those of you who went a bit more extension in the knowledge and you got one step further? And some of you put a ball in this water to collect the plasma of the orange and the rest. Or you coated the gans of the water or the gans of the orange in that water on the walls of your core. You forgot in this process this part of your soul. Then the question comes, if you drink this water in the dimension of physicality, would you through it find the strength through the soul that you can travel in the dimension of physicality in the soul of yourself to make one from the physicality of the man and the soul of the man? If the orange gave you the taste and the feeling, so would you feel the dimension of the soul and the strength of the soul in the dimension of physicality when you drink it? But it's so the same that man does not even understand. Many of you have seen what they call UFOs coming to the planet Earth. And many of you have seen the submergence in the oceans. I wonder if you ever understood what that means and why it's done for. And where you can find part of the civilization, as man is not civilized enough, knowledgeable to go in the depth of the human planet to be able to see the life in the beds of the oceans, in the deep seas of this planet, which the life has no dimension in the physicality of the man, even if he passes it. Man only uses what he can reach. What he cannot reach, others have the freedom to use. It's very much like you standing by an apple tree. If you are only 1.50 meters, you can pick the apples at your reach. The guy is 2 meters, he picks up from further up, does not need to touch yours. Man has only got used to using to what is his physicality on this planet. There are many spaces on this and within this planet that man has no knowledge of, has not got the technology to reach, and is free to use for those who understand. So where is the man going to choose to live? And what would be what I started discussions of tonight? What would man find out now that the knowledge of a space within the reach of the man? Understand, some of you understood half of the work. You made the cup, but you never understood what was in the cup. Now, for those of you who made the balls and tried to get your souls in it to find out how you done, can you imagine you have already, if you drank the water, have made a connection between your physicality and your soul. Because now you have fixed it in a different way to the soul of the physicality of the man. The way you enjoyed the orange, the taste of orange in the water. You enjoyed the taste of the strength of your soul, the dimension of physicality. And then, if you reach that point, you will find out how, in the dimension of the change from physicality, you'll move to the dimension of the soul, and through it, not commanding, but living within it, you will nourish the soul of the man beyond the physicality of the man. Then it's your decision to live in the dimension of the soul or in the dimension of physicality. Now, I think those of you who are enlightened to the knowledge of universe and understand the work of the soul of the man have understood how to reach the soul of the man. And wonder one point, those of you who shared the cup of food or a cup of life with the others, have you entered the physical soul, and have they drank from your soul? And look how, if the understanding and the position in respect to you from the time they drank has changed, because now you are within the physical body of them, in the dimension of the soul of physicality. I wonder if you understood. Then through the soul of the man you all become the passengers of universe, and no need for the dimension of physicality. Just because you know how to feed yourself through this technology and how to help yourself physically, means you have to stop the physical life. It's beautiful, as I said to Caroline many times. You come here to enjoy the physicality of this life. It's beautiful to live a physical life, to be able to feel and be part of, at the same time being able to participate and be part of the totality, but at the same time you are aware of its existence of your own soul. Now, does the word which I use many times, I made man in the image of myself, exist? Or is the image of the man the soul of the man?
Hello?
I'm back. Sorry about that. We had a dropout. So, what is important? Which side of the fence would you like to sit now that you know the truth? And now you know the path to your soul. Many of you tonight will lie down and try to go to sleep and still find a way to the soul. So the way and you receive some does not mean you got the totality. Any questions?
Yes, we've got several people that have been patiently waiting here. Krasmir had his hand up first, I think. If you want to go ahead, Krasmir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, for today's teaching. I have a question I'm trying to understand about the soul and the physicality. As far as I understand now, the current condition is that we have our soul within our physicality. So, in a way, to feed our soul, we would first need to feed our physicality. And in the future...
Can you understand, Rick, what is going on? I cannot hear properly.
Maybe you could try again.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
I think so. Go ahead. Can you hear Mr. Kesh?
Yes, but it's not. Yeah, it's like pieces of.
It's like what?
I hear pieces of it. It's okay. Carry on.
Yeah, it's been hard to hear you today too. With the connection, there's a bit rough, so maybe getting it both ways. Okay, go ahead, Krasmir.
I'll try to speak slower. Mr. Kesh, as far as I understand, the current condition that we have within our soul and physicality is that we have our soul within our physicality. And in a way to feed our soul, we need to go through a process to feed our physicality first. And in the future, we would go through a process where our physicality will be inside our soul.
Hello, can you start repeating again? I missed about 20 seconds in there. I didn't get any noise.
Yes, no problem. Okay, so I'm trying to understand the connection between the soul and physicality and the current state and the future state of those two.
Rick, do you have the same?
It comes and goes. I heard what he said before, but not, it just faded out just now a bit. What did you hear, Mr. Kesh? Did you hear any of it?
Not really. I just hear a few words of it.
Okay, well, try again, Krasmir. Let's just take it one sentence at a time because I think it's important what he's saying. And maybe I need to relay it to Mr. Kesh as well. So we'll just take it one bit at a time.
Okay. So as far as I understand, the current position of the soul of the human is that it is within the physicality.
Okay, let's make sure Mr. Kesh got that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
yes.
Good.
And in order for us to feed our soul, currently, we have to feed the physicality first. And for the future...
I fell out, sorry. There is something wrong. Just give me 1 second, please.
Yes.
I have to change. I have to change systems. So can you hear me?
Yes, it seems more clear. Go ahead.
Okay.
One last try. Should I try it again?
Try it again, Krasmir.
Okay.
Try it again. Sorry about this. It's very funny. I hope you heard all my work today. Otherwise, I wasted my time talking to myself.
We got it pretty much, Mr. Kesh, but some of it was hard to hear because the volume was kind of garbled. There's a background white noise kind of going on, and it's hard to hear. Maybe a new microphone will help with that.
We haven't received it. It's been bought, but it hasn't arrived yet.
Right, yes. So maybe in the next week or two it will show up.
Go on. Go ahead. Let's listen to this again.
Okay. So currently we have the soul within the physicality. And in order for us to feed the soul, we have to feed the physicality. And in the future, as far as I understand, we would have to go through a process where our physicality will be within our soul. And in order for us to feed the physicality, we would only have to feed the soul. So my question would be, first of all, do we have a say in this process? Like, is it something that we do, like, for example, following the commandments and trying not to kill in order for us to feed? Or it's going to be some kind of a different condition that's going to come from outside? Let's say something happens to the sun or something like this, in order for us to reach that condition where our physicality will be within our soul. And today you said something about the alkalineness or the giving. So would it be like that if we give more, we receive more, and this way our soul expands so much that it entraps the physicality, and this way we reach this position? Am I getting it right?
Yes, in so many ways, yes, but on the other hand, you have to remember a very simple principle. Is the giving part or the radiation or the field strength of your soul which has dictated the dimension of your physicality. In our physical dimension, we live within the magnetical field of our soul, where the gravitation field part of our soul is within the structure of our brain. The sun sits in the center of the solar system. You think so? I don't think so. The sun is not, the shell of the sun is not spherical. It's as misshaped as God could ever created. It's trying to juggle its way, but it has some sort of symmetry. And that symmetry is the physical dimension of it. But it still have its gravity which holds on to everything as much as it can to its maximum strength in the center. That's its soul. The soul of our solar system is the sun itself. So is the soul of the man. It's not that we are totally outside our position after our soul with our physical dimension. Our physical dimension is decided by magnetical force of our soul. But there is a point of understanding in the teaching, in the medical teaching very recently, past 3 weeks, and in some of the other teachings I've referred to this. The strength of the gravitational magnetic field of the body of the man has been curtailed or conditioned or closed by the skull. On the other part, which is not no skull, you have the skin of the man, which does the job of the skull. But the interaction between the field of the soul of the man and the physical dimension of this planet is the skin of the man. It's the same structure as the brain of the man. Our skin is part of our brain. So, if we could contain the fields of the soul of the man within a calcium and the structure of the bone, and then in a lucid dimension, if let's call it the solid state of calcium is our bone, and plasmatic state of our calcium is our skin, then that is the dimension which the soul of the man in the physical dimension of this planet, according to its inertia, manifests itself in the physical dimension of the man. So when you speak to go to my soul, if you get on a plane or a system and you go back to the sun and you reach the energy of the sun, Does your soul become the level and become part of the sun? There is no need for physicality. Or can you go and come back in the dimension of physicality when you come back to Earth? This needs a clear understanding. You are not out of the boundary of your soul within the physical structure of the man. You are conditioned by the field strength of your soul to be the physical condition you are in respect to interaction with the matter states of this planet and what has led to creation of the physicality and the soul itself. So, which one do you want to feed? Or which one feeds the other one? Or, in a way, if you go from here to sun and bring some of the sun back here, with a bucket full of what material comes from the surface of the sun, you can feed the whole of this planet for centuries to come. Because instead of sun going and boiling and then we collect some of its fields, we just bring a bucket across. Or would we be in the condition to understand what's in that bucket is us? We have conditioned it in that shape of that bucket, not the sun. This is what we need to understand. And what we got to understand in a physical dimension is that the sun, to be where it is, it has to give a lot and take a lot to find the balance. It's like those two magnets when they find the balance. Because one gives a lot and the one takes a lot and we get positioned. So our solar system, what we call the physical life or sun, receives a lot. I haven't seen sun going hunting and killing to receive energy and exist. So it's the same with the soul of the man. We have not understood the operation of our soul. We have not understood the truth about our own creation. It needs to be understood by the man of soul, not by the man of knowledge.
Thank you.
Then you don't need to feed, to go and find your soul to feed. You're already part of it. You have to understand how the soul feeds itself without any killing, by taking energy from its environment and from you providing. Then you put that into operation with your physicality. But you still go shopping, you still go driving, you still enjoy the beauty of the universe, you still have the energy to do everything else. And because now you tapped into the what you have tried and you've seen a cup of water with the gans in it and helps you with your Alzheimer's or whatever, now you bring that cup to your physicality, you take the food you need, but you still carry on with the rest of the operation. Doesn't mean that the life finishes. But then you're going to ask yourself a very interesting question. What's going to happen to all these restaurants? What are we going to do with McDonald's? Or do we still choose to taste it? We just carry a cup of water with us and pass the counter of the food chain and we collect everything in it and we just drink it. Is a cycle of life changes. Eating without actually gathering energy, without killing. Some times ago, when the first knowledge seekers moved into this dimension of drinking water and orange taste, and our Earth Council from Africa, Alex started telling us about the orange and the banana and some leaves that it keeps you drunk. I said, they got it, they're getting there, they're gonna get it. 3 years I'm waiting, we're still waiting for somebody to understand what happened to the cup, which actually, what he got, drinking his own soul and the taste and everything came because this physicality through the soul wanted to give that satisfaction to please. And not the orange that he wanted was there. And nobody understood. And I've sat here many times, I thought, when these guys are going to understand what they're doing. Because you always look over the fence, is always green. The grass is always green on the other side of the fence, as we say in English. But what you haven't considered, it's only greener to your eye, not to guy next door to you. It's you who is monitoring what it is, and you forget, without you, there is no monitoring, there is no understanding to appreciate the beauty of that side. So, who's gonna feed who? Or have you understood that through the path of one, through the path of physicality, we can find, through our own physicality, the path to our own creator of the dimension of our own physicality. The soul is not something separate. As always said, it's the leech. One feeds the other, but one needs the other. So, now understand, when is the switch time? And do you need to go to sleep to recover? Or if you get access to your soul that you can continuously replenish every cell of your body, do you need to sleep? Do we ever sleep in a space? There is no night and days, and there is no New Year and Christmas. It's one everlasting journey through the space of the universe. I hope I explained good enough.
Yes, thank you very much.
I really like the explanation of the passing through the restaurant and just collecting the fields. It has a whole new meaning.
I could hear you laughing.
I was going to inject there, but I didn't want to disturb your train of thought. But it was beautiful because it gives a whole new meaning to the drive-through restaurant or fast food. It'll be so fast that you don't even see the food. You just get the fields and keep on driving through. And there would be 5-star restaurants that people drive through and just, you don't pick anything up. You don't get any matter level stuff. You just pick up the fields and keep going. That's the way of the Voyager, I guess.
In a way, can I say something? You remember I said once in some of the teaching, when these guys start showing these cups, I gave a hint, and that is do you remember I said, if people understand that how we can make all these drug traffickers bankrupt, one of you buys one piece and the rest can enjoy, and then there will be no drug trafficking and there will be no drug addict, because we all understand what energy we need. Yes.
have a very strange question with this topic. Do you remember we watched a small short video which appeared on YouTube about the...
Those of you who do not know, when she speaks about watching, she's my wife, so...
I'm sorry.
There's no hanky-pankies. We live together 30 years, we watch sometimes YouTube. Carry on.
There was a homeless man sitting
I forgot to say we have 4 children too. Carry on.
And a little dog, Mr.
And a
Topuri.
little dog. Yes.
He's our son too, huh? We can't.
Yeah. Carry on.
We were sitting on, we were looking at a YouTube short video with a homeless guy sitting on the entrance of a shop. And there was a non-human being that just went into the shop through his field, and we saw the sparking up of the energy inside the shop. And you could see the homeless guy just watching everything, but I think he was in another state. Or he was so surprised that he didn't even know what was going on. And then we saw the sparks before he came out again. And he was opening a Mars bar or a chocolate bar. It was not very visual. But why, if he is working with those fields, why does he go into the shop, picks up a chocolate bar, and then walks out, opens it without opening the doors or closing the doors, just by feel passing, and then he starts eating the chocolate bar? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, but you have to understand, did he take the chocolate bar or took the essence of the chocolate bar?
He was holding it in his hand. He was chewing it.
Yes, it's a magician.
Because when you were explaining the matter and you walked out...
Why do we come here and marry 2 women to enjoy the physicality of the woman when we can get to the soul of the woman and it's ours, we can do what we like? It's the beauty of going through the sensation. It's like in Belgium, you go to the restaurants in the winter and even in the summer, they have these heaters on to feel they're in Spain and it's warm and nice, but you actually know you're sitting under a microwave.
It's to keep you from freezing, but still enjoying to be outside.
It's the same, it's just not a stealing, taking a pack to have the pleasure of what it is. Humans taste.
I mean, it just hit me. Why, if he works through the fields, why is he chewing a chocolate bar? Does he still want to go?
When I know so much, why did I come on this planet to enjoy the physicality of a woman?
Because
I could do it standing outside.
No, you couldn't get it.
Just come and pick up one and go home. It's a takeaway.
The same as the fast food restaurant. You just sort of breeze in and breeze out.
Yep. Yep. Any other question?
Well, that ties in with the question that Jarrett had in the live stream. Mr. Keshe, how does man take his memory and life experiences with his soul?
Can you repeat that?
How does man take his memory and life experiences with his soul?
It's already in the soul. Now go and tell the scientists about RNA. They're going to be shocked. We were one of the leading STEM scientists this morning. And it was amazing when he understood the science of the plasma technology, how I could see in his soul, he was so rejoicing, he was so happy. And one of the last words he said, we can mix this technology with the stem cell and it's going to do a lot of good. Now we can reach cancer very fast. And I said to myself, bless your soul, take from me whatever you can. Because he could see the light. To him it wasn't important anything else, but he could use the knowledge to change people's pain. And it was very strange feeling sitting with him. I didn't need to teach. I was teaching him through his soul while I was giving the talk. And he had some questions which in the physical dimension he would not understand. But in the dimension of the soul, I could transfer to him the knowledge. And he left such a happy person, the meeting. And I could hear his soul wanting to have a physical dimension. And with the people I was with, I said, can you take his number? He wants to communicate. We need to talk with him. Because scientists at that level see life different. They think they reach the essence of creation to the genes and the rest of it. But now they understand there is another dimension into life beyond their understanding, which they can use to bring it down. And very rapidly he was explaining to another scientist on the table what he could understand, but they couldn't understand. You could see his eyes lightening up. And in so many ways, many questions was risen in his physical dimension. And I said to myself, his soul knows the answer. Let him be enlightened. It's what we need to do is very easy. What we don't want to do is the hardest part.
So one question that came up with Gerard is, can we change the principal RNA that is the source of the failure in this solar system?
Can you repeat that again, please?
Gerard's question was, can we change the principal RNA that is the source of the failure in this solar system?
How do I answer you that one?
Pretty big question, all right.
No, it's very easy, but how can we? We know where originally this sun came from. We had the problem with it at the start. We, in the dimension of universal understanding, the problem, one of the problems with this solar system occurs very occasionally on the boundaries of galaxies. It's too far to absorb enough energy to carry the totality, and it's in a way becomes part of the system that in its cycle of life it will mature, it will receive what it needs, but it takes a long time to come off the what we call the arms of this galaxy. Is not the DNA of it. In the process of the creation of this solar system, there is the same problem with the twin sister of this solar system. There are similarities in problem, but not as bad as this. So, in collection of the fields, some of the fields were not absorbed, which were needed. It's like when you make a door, you forget about the salt. Or You don't have a salt, but you need the bread, you make a dough, and then you make the bread without the salt. This is something which is the position of this galaxy in respect to the universe, and at the same time the position of the solar system in the galaxy which has created this. But there's a bigger problem. This solar system, this galaxy, and this solar system, and this universe are on the edges of the universe. So it's a complicated situation due to the position in respect to the, what we call the creator. Fields are not that strong, and then so we see the spin-up of the problems. But in a way, as the universe expands, this solar system, this universe is moving into a different position, and then it becomes in a way like you pick a urban city outside, you know, a house outside the city, and then after a while the city grows and you become part of it. This universe is in that position, and in time these things will not happen in this universe, but in other universes on the edge we have these problems. It's well understood. There is systems which can stop this, but we understand the problem, and we cannot change the DNA or RNA. But we know this solar system came with a problem from where it came from, the way it was established. And we see that in its structure. It's not easy, it's just in time, the position of the universe, which this we are part of, will move slightly into a different position, and all this will change. But again, it's on the fringes. You always have some, what do you call it, certain fields they do not reach. It's very much like you get a lot of gold and copper and silver in the zone of the Earth and Mars or Venus, but you get more of the hydrogen in the back end when the Saturn and what do you call Jupiter sits. But as they move into the center, they'll capture what they need, and that's why most of the planets in this solar system look the same, and they have the same cycle of life. They carry a soul, and that soul is part of the soul of the sun. And in interaction with the soul of the sun, they interact with the soul of the galaxy and the soul of the universe. We are one of the cells, if you want to call it that way, one of the part of the cells of the structure of the creator. It's like you have a cell on the skin. It's just a cell, but in conjunction with other cells makes your physical body. And that's all we are. That's all it is. So you have to go outside, if you understand what that means, to see the physical creation of the creator. But inside, you won't see the soul of the creator. But then, there's a big question: what is outside? Who creates the physical dimension that gives the dimension of physicality to the creator? There's something before I forget. This goes back to the Iranian community and to our friends in Iran. By the request of the Iranian Keshe Foundation, on the 18th of January 2019 at 10 AM Tehran time, we'll have a live presentation. I'll be present and I'll answer any questions. We will welcome any questions from the Keshe Foundation supporters. The Zoom numbers will be announced, and in so many ways we have we'll make every endeavor to have this channel open that day. I will communicate with the Iranian officials that are aware of the program. I will speak to the ambassadors and inform them that we have a full support from the Iranian government in these teachings. This is to teach and allow the Iranian community to ask questions. First of all, as I said, we need a translator to Farsi, because I speak Farsi, not the modern language, so I even need a translator to speak Farsi to be translated to the present culture. And I thank the people who are working in the background, and to the Iranian Keshe Foundation supporters. And in request for us to return to Iran, the option is open. And we have asked our team to look into it, as long as everything is in order and does not bring any harm to Keshe Foundation and our supporters worldwide. My trip to Iran is not to the transfer of any technology, but to enhance the technology for the humanity, not for the nation. This can be used, misunderstood, but those who want to create a condition, our teaching in Farsi is for the Iranian nation and for the benefit of those who enjoy the beauty of the speaking Farsi. So we'll have an opening on the 18th of January at 10 a.m. Tehran time. Any other question?
Yes, we've got Klaus had his hand up, and John Wells as well. John, I don't see you have a microphone right now, though, so you might want to check on that.
Can I ask a question? Is our Italian team got anything to show? Do they have anything to show? Do we know they wanted time to show new products today?
Perhaps Ella can tell us something about that, or Stanley. Who else is here?
Is Giovanni online, or Giuseppe? I thought they had some products to show. There's a number of products which are coming up. We're supposed, if it's not today, it'll be here next Thursday. It's an extension to the range of the products to produce in Italy on a cosmetic side, and a range of products which will come out of the Austrian production research team. Very, very interesting, amazing systems. Hopefully they deliver. You'll see a new innovation in the world of the Keshe Foundation plasma technology. And if we can't find the Italians, we can find the Austrians. Anything new, Mr. Klaus?
Yes, we are coming up with 4 new products, but we don't want to show them until we have the certification. They are all in the process of certification. And hopefully next week we can show the first and the second one. But we said we don't want to show anything without having it certified.
Of course. No problem.
It's gonna be very interesting products, field units, more or less new development besides the ball unit. And what you were talking today, very simple application of copying fields with the banana and the breathing unit, and two versions of the field unit where we are working with fields, not with rotating balls anymore.
I'm just showing the existing store on the web store there now.
This is what we said.
Yeah, that was the plasma ball unit, and there's the GANS water dispenser, which is a newer item with the GANS sealed GANS bottle with it. as well as the various GANS Reserve for Water Dispenser, it's called. The full selection of various GANs is available. So this
is partially the development in the non-motorized system where you create emotion. And this will be a revolution in the world of science. Understand those who will take it a step further. Even you can make perpetual systems with modern 1 watt or 10 watts of energy to create a perpetual rotation like a dynamo that you can create of energy. You coil around the same system and you can create a magnet or solid magnet rotation. You will create as much energy as you like. Austrian cash to release the first mode. Be in excess of 21. I've got to get back into the research lab and develop. Anything else? By the way,
sorry, Mr. Kirst, by the way, we heard?
He just went out to come in, just went out.
You know, Rick, while we're waiting, this is John in Arizona.
Yes.
If I can mention that, you know, in the Arizona store or the USA store also has a lot of different products. A lot of people are looking for ways to support the foundation. All the monies that are generated from the stores go back to the foundation. So we have a lot of products that you can get for, you know, Christmas gifts, and it helps support the foundation with all the items that are sold. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Thank you very much. As I was saying, I don't know if you heard it or not, I got kicked out. We have received about 2,000 euro of funds this week, which is a huge amount compared to before. But that just literally covers maybe one morning. As I said, that only covers one morning expenses of the Keshe Foundation, if that. A few hours of operation. As I said last week, a lot of people thought I'll leave the foundation and everything is finished. No, my work is to get you start looking after your system, after what you come to, and after is going to be the structure. You have to understand such an organization to be on every week and to have all these websites and everything else and all the developments and research costs a lot of money. A lot of people help us, a lot of people support the foundation, but it has to be run by you as a foundation, as humanity. We run this organization for past 14 years, 15 years, and we'll carry on running a foundation. But you have to, as supporters or as part of humanity, to run such an organization that knowledge and technology stays free. As you've seen, I get intimidated by the man on the street and the king in his palaces. When we told you how we got intimidated by a king. You thought it's all talk. We showed you the picture. And you've seen nearly 5 years of exile for me and my family, and attempted murders on us. I still put time and effort and all my life 24 hours a day around the foundation. And it's time for you lot to move and start looking after it. It's time you come here and you go, and then they say, oh, they've done this and that. Foundation has a life, and in that process has to live. They say, if you can make gold, why don't you finance it through gold? Do you want me to do it? Do you think you're going to have a life to live if I do it? I know better ways to finance than create a massive disruption to harm many people. And if that's the way you vote, I'll put a vote on, let me do it, and then you'll beg for a hole to hide in. So when we ask you to support and run the foundation, we are not begging. We are giving you respect to start looking after your own setup and your own organization. I'll be here, I'll carry on supporting the foundation, but when I pull the plug, there'll be no pool with no water. And that should not be. After 5, 10, 12 years, you should have supported, you should have been able to support and expand it. Or do we play the game of the others, put auctions and put ads on the website and every other gimmick? My foundation will not go that way. And if I have to pay for it, I can decide when to shut it down as well. Universal Council is going to become an international organization, it needs funding. The way the teaching is going for universities, and we have to support teachers, they need funding. Millions of people just come and learn and they go. If I take my blessing, none of you even remember what you heard. So it's very easy. You got to learn how to look after your own organizations. We did, actually, the Chinese Keshe Foundation raised more money than the whole of Keshe Foundation International in 1 week. And they spend it for their own use, what they need to do to expand. We have to sell products to be able to fund. Does any other foundation organization does that? Or as somebody said at the beginning of each teaching, whoever pays come in. We become pay and play. If that'll be the case, we can do every session, cost €5. If we want you to click on it, you pay your 5, we collect. We have millions of, we make millions out of it. Maybe that's the way we do it from next week. Let's see how many people, how much we collect. And how many people will be close on the Keshe Foundation websites. You want to go and watch, you pay. Nowadays the technology is very easy, pay and play. We become like a porn station. So you want to watch the best part, you have to pay for it. But they charge $49 for 1 hour movie. Our movie is 5 hours, and it's been free up to now. And you learn a lot. If the knowledge wasn't correct, a king and a queen do not go and see a scientist to threaten. We are very straightforward in our work. It's for you to take responsibility. Charge of the foundation. I've got nothing to do with foundation. Very soon, I'm gone. I'm 60 years old. Kick the bucket another 10, 20, 30 years. As one of the Chinese Keshe Foundation chat rooms, they put my picture 8 years ago and this year. And they say he has aged so much, serving mankind. I've got a better, more to do in the space of universe than getting battered by humanity. But that's your choice. You have to start looking after the structure. Cost every month just under $1,300,000 to run Keshe Foundation. You want us, we tell you how, where, and whatever. It's a big setup, it's a big organization. If you play the game of pay and play, and every paper you want to see you pay, every teaching you want to see you pay, then I think we collect enough money to run the foundation in a big way. We need huge amount of donation, and those people who think they are very charitable, they might give some amount of money, sometimes they think they are big. You haven't donated what I've donated into the foundation. We are not begging, we are making you aware of your responsibilities. 15 years, 16 years, average $2 to $3 million per year expenses. You put it together. And it was worse. We have tried to curtail a lot of things. I have invested millions into this game for man's humanity. And people say, why don't you print gold? And why do you beg from people? I'm not begging, it's yours, it means you haven't now understood. You don't have the capability to comprehend what it is. You want the Keshe Foundations. You want the running of it by yourself. You want the world peace. You want a new cycle of knowledge. I'm not begging. I have such a beautiful offer from American government to move to America. Bill Gates will laugh himself life off. But you will not see it. The knowledge will be locked down. I was offered billions in 2004 to lock the technology up. I sat with the woman who talks, she was with me when we received the offer. I refused to keep the knowledge open. I don't beg. It's your responsibility to pay for what you want to be achieved by humanity, not me asking. And this is a shame to put it this way because it means you have not matured. Foundation costs just about $1/3 a month to run properly. The expenses of one of the teams is just about 50,000 a month. One group, small group which does a lot of work. And the other groups worse. And we are not even looking after the people properly who are doing a lot of work in the background, but we are a foundation, you do voluntary work, you serve, and we serve. So those of you think very generous and you trying to be very clever with your thoughts, don't let me touch your soul. You forget about everything. But I have the capability and the power and knowledge to do. And like a father, I have to be forgiving those who don't understand. If you paid something to donation, it's for you and your children and the future of the humanity, not thinking you are very generous. I gave what I do and I only do for you. You do it for the nation, which is one nation for humanity. And I've done all my life. I refused billions of dollars just to show my technology. And I can show you the copy of the communication. And those of you who think he just, oh, he can print gold, or why does he comes and beg? I don't need to beg, I paid for 15 years of foundation. You are the thieves, not me. I gave it free, you stole. You sell products under my name, you do treatments under my name, you do everything else. Have you put anything back on it? No. You're the thieves. You're by habit. You just use me and my name and my knowledge to steal from me and not from anybody else. And then you say, why the guy does this? It's shame. Shame on many of you who just are literally become thief by habit. Any other question?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, John here. Good day.
John, have you made any donation to the foundation? You're here every week. I'm going to start charging you. And every question we have to see 10 euro by the, what do you call it, by the chairman, Mr. Rick Raman, otherwise we don't answer questions. Would that be a good way?
It would be an interesting way, yes.
Okay, have you paid yet? So ask your question.
Thank you. You were explaining to us that when this cup was made with the ganses and the plasma, it took the characteristics of the fruit, the orange and the banana, and the soul of the maker of the cup. Now, the person that drinks this gans, does he acquire, or what characteristics does he acquire from the soul of the cup maker?
Pardon, can you repeat that again, please?
You have explained to us that in this cup that is produced goes the characteristics of the soul of the maker of the cup. The person
Yes.
Now, the person that will drink this plasma, does he acquire part of the characteristics of this soul maker?
Of course.
Fine. But
when you buy a pot from a pot maker, he's used his hand. You got the fingerprint of him on it. What do you think? The pot just made itself? And he says, is there fingerprint of the pot maker on the pot? Of course, he used his hand. Even his amino acids on it, they carry part of his soul. You think the skin just comes off while he's off the clay? Some of it comes with the clay. So you're carrying part of his skin.
Yeah, but I'm thinking
except if it's automatic machine. Carry on.
Well, I was thinking of all the characteristics of the soul, the whole soul of this maker, the cup maker.
Oh, the souls are pure. The souls are pure, totally. Are
So
not
that habit,
the dimension of physicality. You didn't take his physical. He didn't wash his hand in the cup. He put from his soul in the cup.
It doesn't take the bad habits, then.
No way. I hope not. It'll be a very dirty cup.
That's what I was thinking also. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Don't forget to pay for 10 euro for the question, please. Next one, please. Any other questions? Shall we call it a day?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. This is Klaus from Austria. And I was the last month very busy to bring a new innovation on the market. And I called this a universal field organizer. And we can also bring in different types of liquid plasma, field plasma, new reactor layers, medical application.
Are you giving that to the foundation to sell, or are you selling it?
Maybe we can speak. It's an open source project, and if you want, I can show you some pictures.
Have you got a certification for it?
This is in my association. We in this moment we need different certifications. This is only for us.
Until you don't have a certification on it, I would prefer you not to put it on.
Okay, thank you.
And if you like to put it with the foundation website and promote it through the Austrian Keshe Foundation and take your benefit from it, you're quite welcome.
I can give one in the foundation, and this is for the applications with the plasmas. There are so many types of different applications.
Make all types of it and put your price on it, what you want. And the foundation marks it up for our agents and distributors and everything else. We get the certification for it if it's not electrical system, or if it is, it's different. And we help you to sell more. And in a way, it shows another application of the foundation. We support you to open the market for you. Use the Keshe Foundation network.
I can also use this network. We have, we have our own networks, but I'm open to bring it in, and I can speak with you directly and show you these different types.
You got to speak to your other same name Klaus.
Yes, I know. Yeah,
he's
the synthesis of all facets. What we understand. This is the synthesis from the ecosystem research, the synthesis from this great man called Victor Schauberger. It's the synthesis from all the different kinds of the plasma scientific technology. And what we stay now is a quantum leap. You never seen so much thing.
No problem. It's just if you have a certification, because if you show it, we are promoting the knowledge, I understand, but as you said, it's a commercial unit.
No. It's two parts. The one is only for the members. Is as I worked the last 30 years in non-profit organizations, and one part is for the market.
So either way, if you do it, we are there to help you. We're there to help you to show different application of the technology. That's all I'm interested in. But as you said, I understood correctly, it's got a commercial side on it.
Yes,
and
one side.
Show such a thing, we prefer you to have a certification on it. And if you can't get the certification, we can get it done if it's done within our team. And we can help you in there. We promote the knowledge, because if you applies part of our knowledge in it, it doesn't need all to be plasma technology. We're doing a lot of things in conjunction with the other sciences and technologies. And in so many ways, I welcome you. You're a beautiful inventor. I've seen your products that you just come and show. And if you want to put some of your products to be licensed and commercialized, and you put a price on it, we do the manufacturing, or you do the manufacturing, it gives you some income of your foundation, and it gives us showing another application of the technology.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is what I said a couple of weeks ago. If you're an inventor, you invent something which carries part of our technology in it, doesn't need to be all of it, or you have something which you developed, being a housewife, you want extra income, but it's something new, you know how to sharpen a knife with plasma, and nobody knows, you found a way, send it to the Keshe Foundation or to the Webmaster product line, which is in the line, in the, what do you call it, one of the links, and we'll contact you and we develop. And it'll be done very easily in that process. It gives us more, we want to show diversity of the application. And if you have, any of you have any products which we can certify, you tell us how much it'll cost you to make. Some of the people their time, it takes 1 hour or $100 per hour. We still sell it for you for your $100 now, but if it sells 1 piece or 100 pieces, depends the reality of what it costs or what it'll sell. We are there to promote different application of the technology, and I said it last week. And thank you very much, Klaus, for bringing this up and bringing technology. Anything you have made which you think can be sold, or you think you can sell it, Keshe Foundation viewers and market is millions of people, and expanding all the time. We will see that it can be certified. If you can't manufacture it, our team of the marketing, we have a marketing team, they look at it, how they can promote it and how it can be brought out. It gives more diversity and application to our technology, and it gives you an income, and part of the sale gives support for the expenses of the Keshe Foundation. That's all it is. Very simple. And I've seen people selling in website, they sell 5 items of this, 10. If somebody finds one on the net, we have millions of viewers every week, and the products will be responded to if the price right. We have many good products, but they're out of range, and people don't buy because they're not priced the right way.
For me, my prime vision is to inspire this realization for new innovations. That's
yes, all. You're quite welcome. I've seen many of your jobs. I respect what you're doing. And I've seen the way you understand the plasma technology, and it's beautiful. But we can collaborate. We don't ask anything. We don't bargain or anything. He said, this is the price. We have agents around the world who sell products as distributors, and they have to be covered for the market percentage they do. There's a return on everything else. There's a markup we to cover, and a percentage for the foundation. And we put the price. If it sells, is yours. If you put it lower, we can market it at a lower price. We'll see. We've seen this problem with a few products which was offered to the foundation. The hourly cost is so expensive that it doesn't even justify to market the goods. But we just look at it and say, okay, this is it, and you put it in and it doesn't sell. Some people value their time in millions of dollars a day, and some people value their time. I put my time, I want $10, $20 an hour, which is reasonable, then you can sell. It's very, very strange. Very recently, we put a request out for an application, and some of the foundation supporters, we know everything costs, how much it is, but they charge the foundation for volunteer work or whatever we might do with the goods at a cost beyond imagination. And I said to myself, looking at it, my God, I went to the wrong business. I should have promoted and sold my own goods. The amounts is so ridiculous that they're asking us and say, we are doing you a favor, Mr. Keshe. I said, you're charging me for my own knowledge. I gave it to you free. I don't expect free, but there has to be a limitation of understanding the reality of what things are. Any other question?
Good afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Caroline again.
Yes.
I think it would be very nice to bring the attention through the Universal Council to set up the wish for France in the process, what they are going through, to support them, as we learned through your knowledge, that we already can, by giving through our soul, predict what will appear after this change, that we add to our fields that the one or the person that will come and represent France as a head of state will sign the peace treaty and start opening the doors towards the science of the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation.
Can you explain to us what's happening in France?
France is going in a stand-up against what they do no longer accept as being just. Actually, the same thing is happening, what we saw and witnessed in Australia, when they asked for support from the foundation through the Wishing on One Planet, One Race, One Nation platform, that we created the wish about it, and then all sorts of truths which were hidden came onto the surface, that they were like in an impasse situation. The same thing is happening in France, most probably through the working of so many Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers that are doing such great jobs in France, that they have changed the field strength in France, that more and more people, actually the whole country, start standing up to say no more on change.
But French have been always revolutionary. That's how they got rid of their emperors and what they call it, rulers. And this is part of their characteristics, outspoken, and they tolerate to a point. And I think it's a lot to do with the champagne. It's very bubbly, and it's got gas in it. It's the same as them. And they erupt. The nation goes by what it eats and drinks. And in so many ways, as I explained, I was in the Universal Council meeting last Tuesday, the last meeting of this year. And I explained to them something which I was asked, can you explain that in the teaching of today, which I prefer not to go into too much detail, but I'll give you a essence of what is about to happen, what is happening. You got to understand Keshe Foundation has a massive security structure in the background that even the people in the Keshe Foundation do not know. So it comes part of my work in the past and part of the connections and the knowledge, as you've seen, with some of the world leaders as friends and some of the highly intellectual people as friends who sometimes, as we say, we talk over, as we say in English, drink a glass of water. What you got to understand, there is a critical situation coming up. And this critical situation, as I explained in teaching on Tuesday, is it will come to head on in next 2, 3 to 5 years. And it is critical for all of us, especially in Europe and America, to understand what is going on. As I explained on Tuesday, I just go in a way repeating what I said on Tuesday if you were not there. As we've seen since 1940s, after the Second World War, a number of wars, sometimes 50 wars at the same time throughout this planet. And we saw majority of the time it was communist against what we call conservative, or people who are in the free world, which actually they're more enslaved than the people who were in communist nations. And we saw the Vietnam Wars and all the wars which were going on because this was fighting against the ideology of the communism. Since 1990s, more or less, when this thing came out to an end, so there is no more communism. So the wars were brought in on the name of the religion, radicals, blah, blah, whatever name of religion they put on it, except Christians and Jews. And we saw all the invasions of whatever, Spring Uprising and every other excuse they could come up with to use and sell arms to create wars that the factories in the West, arm factories in the West, could pay the wages, very good luxurious wages to their people. But we are getting to a very bad position, and this position is going to strengthen, and this position can cause and will cause an eruption internationally for all of us. Doesn't matter which nation we are in. 3 nations, China, Russia, and Brazil, have stood out for no more war. Which means the West cannot sell any more arms. They're not fighting. Even Yemen and Saudi Arabia situation is on hold, is getting to its position. They bombed Syria to smithereens and any other excuse to get into the gold there, and it's still going on after so many years. But there's no more war zones, because Chinese operation, especially in Africa, brought a lot of wealth into Africa. Africans don't have time for war anymore. They're reconstructing the whole continent in so many different ways. So we are coming to a point where millions of people in Europe and millions of people in America have been involved in arm manufacturing. And there is nowhere to use them. And these companies have to be paid. These people are getting huge wages. Now, there are 2 points. There's going to be a catastrophic war to use all these arms, or it comes to a point you cannot sell the arms, you start closing the arm factories. And this is going to create a massive, massive problem. Which means instability in a colossal state. The state of Belgium has 46% of its total industrial work made on weapon technology in different part of what they call defense. America is in the worst state. And as the president said in his talk, which made all the world leaders to laugh, we spent 700 billion on arms last year, and we increased it to 716 billion this year. Countries like China and the others are not buying any more black papers to support a nation, because themselves are running out of position. They prefer to spend the money on their nationals. So the papers of the United States will not be acceptable as such to be bought. And this brings us to a point. Millions of people will go on the dole We go without jobs because companies cannot sell arms. And or millions of people, all of us, will go into war because the West has to sell to keep these factories going. Then it creates a new condition, a new phenomenon. With a new structure and a new knowledge, and what we understand can be done with our technology, do we go on the side of the peaceful nations and support the soul of the leaders, and scientifically, that with them becoming self-sufficient and being able to support the others, we do not leave that much to be done. There are two nations left which they're going to go for devastation of, in one way or another, to sell arms. One is China and one is India. India is so poor that now with this technology they have some wealth, but it will be the division of the races and everything else. And the other one is China if they decide to go that way, but the Chinese are aware of the situation. And we've seen the first shots on the bow of this war already started in Canada, and another situation which happened in the United States with the Chinese scientists. That my advice to our Chinese colleague is to hold fire and do not get intimidated into it, and let them bark. The reason for it is people are becoming wise in where their life has to go and what is got a priority, and certain people have to understand life has a meaning as long as you're alive and long as it's peace. There is a massive misunderstanding in the West about the West. And that is, the Western Europe is so mixed that it has to become the position of peace. Otherwise, the mayhem will be worse than Syria. We have to learn to accommodate each other. And through that process, we have to make sure peace becomes the paramount, the cornerstones. What's happening in France, it will repeat. We know 400 odd people arrested in the country north of France this weekend. But this is not going to stop. Nations like Austria, which are scientifically solid, will stand the way they stand. They will not be touched because they have different criteria in the running of a nation. Nations who are very much waiting for a turn-on to catch a fish in the muddy waters, there won't be any more muddy waters for them to play with. As I said in the Thursday teaching, on Tuesday teaching, we have a dilemma, and this dilemma will boil up. When Belgians cannot sell 46% of their national growth, maybe by cheating somewhere here and there, they miss some of it, and then who's going to pay the bill? The same goes with the United States, the same goes with the United Kingdom, and the same goes with France. And then we come to the position of, are we allowing these people to dictate to us because they have unemployment and people who are not getting paid thousands to kill the others, or do we stand by and let them tearing themselves apart to define balance? And the French have used this position, but the French is in a very odd position because unemployment in France, if it hits with a military blackout, which means people will not buy any more military hardware, then it is a problem. President Trump, in a very recent talk, not boycotting Saudi Arabia for killing one of the journalists, cutting him to pieces, said 200 billion arm deal is something which I'm not going to risk one life for, of a journalist. And my word is, a life of journalists worth more than 200 billion. And this is something which we have to understand. And it'll come to the point that When the arms are made and sold, they need to be used. But when the nations don't have the money to pay, and even is by borrowing, then we'll see the change of the game. And the new technologies should make these conditions obsolete. Technologies, if you can understand and develop, which makes the present weapon technology obsolete, you bring it, put it on the net, we support it, we know where it goes, and we'll bring peace. Because I don't want to buy a jet which is obsolete. The new generation of technologies which will come out of Austria in the next few weeks will shock many of you. And it's the beginning of the whole process of new products in a new cycle of understanding. The first range of products coming out of Austria, if you understand what it means, it'll make a lot of military hardware obsolete. It makes a lot of mining obsolete. It's a new game, a new change, and we need to bring it to create that change. And it's 2018. And it's time for it to come back. 2019 changes will come into it. 19 is a very lucky number for a lot of people. And it's a demise of many nations. And we need to understand the totality of the work. And where we are heading for is war or peace. War for the nations, very handful of nations which are totally committed to making arm, and everybody has to buy it because they make it, otherwise something wrong with them, or the terrorist is over. What we're going to show, something which is important to understand, any scientist who has gone against the grain of these people, they made them a terrorist. We're going to submit a paper into the court, European court, that they have made me a terrorist as a scientist, and it was not bought. We're going to, the picture we showed today, we're going to release that paper. And then you understand why when Americans and the world police did not buy that as a scientist to be a terrorist, they came out with this fraudulent accusation of whatever they came to. What I call European Court of Justice is waiting to catch a king. And we have all debates. And this comes with it, the end of the wars, end of the systems. We will show you documents signed by Mr. Delannoy to call me a terrorist, and it's a fake paper, which he signed and he's taken it everywhere. On the international court, is a criminal offense. And then you see how, a few months later, they have changed it to what they came to the court with. Now we have the evidence. The reason is the technology would have made all the war mechanism which is made in Belgium obsolete. And they wanted to stop it, that they could sell more arms. Now everything's coming ahead. We show you a fake summons which was made by Delannoy, accusing me of being a terrorist, and nobody bought it. But he took it and forced banks to close on us. He took it and to the different people threatening it that are working with the terrorists. And that paper will be submitted to the Court of Justice. And they have to come up with how a scientist was made a terrorist for him to intimidate others. 30 years for Red Circle and Delannoy is not enough. The whole reason for it is because this technology would have stopped Belgium making arms. That was their main point. It was after technology was proven in 2011, on the 4th of December, which was anniversary last week, that we can capture anything. And this paper will be published. I published the paper from the journal. I published the paper, a fake summons, signed by him personally. I'll be taken to the European Court of Justice. Because this technology will create peace, and that's what we stand for. And this is what I said we stood a lot. We still stand a lot. And this is how the strength of a technology will show itself. We are heading for one narrow road, and that is peace, but they'll be enforced by new technologies and by the nations not being able to buy any more systems to war, to fight. The only people who buy arms at the moment are the documents which is signed by the ministers who the bribe is in the Swiss bank accounts. The nation can't afford it. And some people say we are concerned, we live in Europe. Is this thing we're going to touch all of us? We are all heading for peace, and equality comes out of it. But the French have another problem. What are they going to do with all the arm manufacturing they do? It's a huge mess. We need to have a massive war in the next 2 to 5 years, or we need to shut down and lose some 600 million jobs. Huge number of people in the subsidiary of the subsidiaries are involved in benefit or the cycle of the arm game. It's not the armies, it's the arm, what they call the new face of defense technology. And if these factories cannot sell and they still have the wages, they have to shut down. Or they have to create a war that they can use it the way they did with all the excuses in Middle East and everywhere else. We have no fighting as such in Africa. We don't have. Africa is peaceful. Europe is peaceful. What is left is a bunch of historically hot-headed Middle Eastern who still fall for it, and all creating problem in the Far East Asia. And these nations have enough on their hand, they don't want to get involved with others. So the only option is left to force a war or to start closing arm manufacturing. But as a foundation with new technology, we have to have the knowledge to be able to back it to create new jobs. Replacement. And it's got to be done very fast. Thank you very much for today, and I hope we learned a little bit more today. We are much wiser than we were some hours ago. And please don't take us as people we run, we have to pay for it because you enjoy it. We can close it too. Or I can go to our manufacturers and bring them, put advertising here, that we can sell every kind of arms and support them, and then we collect good money for advertising and selling because we have all leaders and scientists listening to us. It's a stupid game to play. Thank you very much for today.
Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you a question, please? Mernaz.
Yes, from Paris. Are you part of the revolutionary French?
No, I was in Iran. I was in Iran for my father's death this year. It took a long time, but I tried to contact the ministry. I tried to contact the agriculture office because I talked to everybody about Keshe Foundation, Keshe new things, and everybody is excited. They'd really like to hear about that. And then somebody took an appointment for agriculture office near where he lives, and they asked me, and then they asked me to write about my project, which was having a place, having a land, and to teach freely, and the young people learn and teach the agriculture freely, and I was just doing it for the country. And because I couldn't afford to buy land, everything is so out of my budget. And then they said it's okay because we are in a crisis about agriculture and water. So we accept everything, just write it down. So I come here, and then I was just thinking about that because some fellow knowledge seeker, Mr. Rashmand, for some things I was talking to him, he said that I be careful about these things now. If maybe they don't like to these new things. So I wanted to see if I can single-handed go along. I think I can do it. It's not problem.
Which country are we talking about?
Okay, I have Iran.
Iran. We have to be. Mr. Rashwan is the Earth Council, one of the Earth Council members, and we understand the position. He understands the position with Iran, and I do not think is a problem. We are in different ways in communication and in touch with the Iranian officials. If it is what they ask you, we have an agricultural group which they can write these things for you, and it just needs to be translated.
Yes, perfect.
Dr. Gatwa, the head of the agriculture, I think he's on the board here with us. I just got a check for you. You can get in touch with Dr. Gatwa, and there is an agricultural teaching every, Wednesday morning. Yes, Dr. Gatwa is here with us. He is Universal Council for Kenya. And we are doing, as we are setting up the education systems for universities, these things are part of the manual. They can help you very rapidly. All you need to do is to translate it into Farsi.
Yes.
With all the experiment, with all the results. And
perfect.
This way we can help you. Don't be afraid. What Iranian government and officials are fully aware of the work of the foundation. As I said, we have an invitation to go to Iran, and we have received invitation in 3 or 4 different directions from the Iranian officials. It's my nation. We'll return to it as a member of the Keshe Foundation to teach the new technology. But there's a lot of political things at this moment we have to observe, and they understood fully what it means. So what you need to do, I just please, I think our webmasters will put you in touch with Dr. Gatwa and with the education team, which we have, university education team. There are documents there, we just needed to translate it, and they are very, all the experimental tests, and there's a website if the Iranians want to translate it. And if they give you a land to show, I personally am prepared to support you in different ways to do it if I have time. But the agricultural team will support you with it. We are doing a massive agricultural programs in a number of countries. We are extremely involved in agriculture. And this is the only way to go in, because they see it and then they believe it. I can give you a lot of data which are not even on a website or we're not in public, that how to use the agriculture to increase the harvest for Iran and any other nation. We have data. I can speak to the Iranian ambassadors and support you with it in Iran. Because each embassy has agricultural attaché, and for me, I can walk into any Iranian embassy, and we are always welcome. And we can explain to them to support you or pass on technology through the foreign office and the rest of it down the road. And we support you in every way. Just the webmaster will give you the access to the agriculture team and to university, what do you call it, teaching team. These are the teams which are set up. One of them has some 20 odd members, and all are very active, and part of it is agriculture. They're setting up the syllabus and curriculum for the universities at the moment. They can give you these knowledges about agriculture very freely. Give it to them and say this is what it does, and if need be, I can speak with you, with the officials in Tehran. I hope that helps you. Am I heard, or am I not there?
Yes, we're definitely hearing you, Mr. Keshe. I'm not sure.
Thank you very much.
Mirez, are you able to respond there? Your microphone's not open, Mirez. I'm not sure if you're trying to speak there.
Okay, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I hope you heard what I said. And I think we should not have a fear what's going to happen in Iran. It's nothing but good for the humanity, and we are a scientific organization. And secondly, the governments at the highest level are aware of our work. And living in the fear does not create a fear. We are there to help. If they give you land, what it is, how it is, and we understand what the land is good for, because the texture of the land gives us the opportunity to understand what we can cultivate. And we can support, and I'm sure the agriculture team will support you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Very
indeed.
much. Because the country is in sort of crisis.
Oh, every country is in crisis. It's not
Yeah, the same kind of. I mean, it's very hard for the business, and stores close and things like that. But they're very, they have a lot of
Iranians are a resilient nation. And we'll go through it.
But the people are very good spirits, very understanding. They're very good. I mean, they are very knowledgeable. Even the people in the street, they know a lot of things.
We have 4 million students in universities of Iran. 70% women. So one of the good things about this sanctions and everything which has been on Iran, it guarantees the future of Iranian nation as a highly educated and respectable nation. Because the backbone of every nation, every house is the mother. If you have a well-educated mother, children will be educated the same. And with all these problems which they have created, has allowed 70% of the Iranian women, which is about 2.5, 3 million of them, to attend universities and graduate as doctors and highly educated people. And these are the mothers of the future which bring the next nation. Iranian future is guaranteed to be bright.
Exactly. Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very
and
much.
your family.
Indeed. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe?
Yes, Mrs. Keshe. Can I go home? Yes.
Oh, yes, I will let you go, but we still have not accumulated all our field strength to go into the direction of the wish.
The direction of?
The wish that whoever comes in place or will be replaced, if that is the case, that those people already carry or feel strength
Has
to go
the
into the
French
peaceful
government
direction.
resigned? Are you trying to tell me that? I don't listen
No.
to news.
No, I don't tell you that. I'm telling you that where people stand up for the change, that when the change takes place, that we already can premeditate by giving through our soul, adding to the field strength of whatever is going to come to replace or convert or change, that the fields are present to serve peace.
I think that's a good wish. And what it is, we have to understand what we understand is the reality of the situation is everywhere the same. It's not going to change. We have a condition that the French always been the outspoken team. They've been the outspoken people in their way. And usually some nations follow these people and the way they are. They're what I call a free spirit. And it is interesting to understand what is in reality and what can be the reality. And we have to be able to understand the position. And I'm sure the French will do a lot of good for us, but we have to wish for them what is the best for the nation. Any other question? Or shall we call it a day?
I am present in the wish, Mr. Keshe.
I am present in every wish you wish. That's why I married you. I hope it's a good wish.
I love you for it, and I love everything you carry and you have been given and are giving every day.
Thank you very much.
I am present in your wishes.
Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Keshe, once again for yet another Knowledge Seekers workshop today. Definitely imparted a great deal of depth to the teaching today, I believe.
Oh, see, where shall we go?
Where do we go next, you mean?
Oh, Planet Zeus is a good place. Time. We're right in the middle of Christmas and New Year.
You don't meet in our dreams in the meantime.
I don't know if you learn how to get in touch with your soul. We all have a meeting in that side.
Good point.
Thank you very much indeed. See you next week.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe, and thank you everybody today for your participation and attention. This has been the 254th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 13th, 2018. And I think Flint will take us out with something. Bye for now.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
Plasma products found at keshfoundation.org/store. Soothing, reusable plasma eye and migraine mask. Eliminate eye fatigue and relieve stress in eye area. European certified medical device. Massaging plasma insoles. Bring comfort back to your feet and energize your legs. European CE certified medical device. Antiseptic plasma liquid hand soap. Promotes well-being and relaxation with protective plasma formula. CE certified. One Soul Plasma T-shirt. GAN's formula within the symbols and stripes brings mind, soul, and body into balance. European certified. Pain Relief Pen. Emits a concentrated plasma field at point of pain, efficient up to 3 centimeters below the skin. CE certified. The Magrav's Energizer and Alkalizer raises pH and energizes water through magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Pain Relief Pad, a result of years of research in nanoplasma technology with magnetic and gravitational fields. CE certified medical device. Visit the online store at keshfoundation.org/store or find a distributor near you. Tax and shipping not included.